It's always the awkward bit while I wait for it to go from scheduled to live. But anyway, hello everyone. Welcome back. We are here again. And it is day 5 or what day are we on?
4. We're on day 4. No,
5.
Well, technically we started on Friday, but we didn't start until like halfway through Friday, so I feel like it's 3.5, 4.5.
We're technically on day 5. That's like where we're at of the readathon, and everyone's killing it. I'm a little bit psycho for the spreadsheet that Hannah's made. I love looking at it, and like there's more and more people have been in. The last time I looked, there was like 23 books logged, and I lost my shit.
I'm finally on it.
Yeah, and like Witch Kings and Hobbits, they each had like 12 books apiece, and I was like, this is honestly like a battle royale, and I can't wait because it's good versus evil, like in the best way possible.
Right?
So yeah, we're on day 5, but I'm really, really, really happy and excited that everyone is actually logging books and I can see it. But yeah, I'm joined by Hannah, who is our evil Witch King leader, who, if you don't know, is running a couple of morning sprints. So I think tomorrow and Thursday, Hannah is doing some Wake Up with the Witch Kings at 9 o'clock in the morning for a couple of hours. So if you want something to be doing while you're waking up, getting ready, or you just started work and you don't want to, you're working from home or whatever, you don't really want to work. That's not what I was going to say, but I feel like that's where that sentence was naturally going. You can always just jump on there with her. And I've also been joined by the wonderful Abby from Abby of Pellinor, who is our lovely dwarf leader because rocks.
It's my entire brand.
Yeah. Basically. What is everyone reading?
Still.
I mean, I'm not surprised with that one, to be honest.
Oh, I mean, if we're doing like everything.
No. These are just my options because I finished Extasia and Illuminating White. You know what? I was so pissed off with Extasia that I want to enjoy something. So I'm starting something new. What you can't see, well, you can a little bit, is this pile of books here. These are the ones I've started. So, like, I could read these, but they've got nothing to do with the readathon. These are my readathon picks. So we've got Dread Nation, which is BIPOC zombie killers set in American Civil War times. We have Year of the Reaper, high fantasy, that Lizzie really enjoyed, and I got just the standard hardback of because she got the Fairy one. I went to Illumicrate then. And then Pages & Co., Tilly and the Book Wanderers, which should be a relatively easy read, but I don't know if I'm in the mood for middle grade. So what would be thy vote?
If you hadn't said that you weren't in the mood for middle grade, I would have picked Pages & Co. because it's like a nice easy read.
Pages & Co.?
I think I would have done because I think you could read it all within these sprints.
Okay, cool.
But I also think if you're not in the mood for middle grade, my second pick is Year of the Reaper, which I also think you could probably get through pretty quickly.
No, we're going to go with Pages & Co. We're going to go with Pages & Co. because I've got all...
You're not being blamed for this.
No. I just
couldn't narrow it down. If you hadn't said that you weren't in the mood for middle grade, we would have picked it, and then you picked it regardless. So this is your own.
Well, the thing is, the 3 that I was like, I am most likely, when I started my vlog on Friday, I was like, the 3 that I am most likely to finish first are these 3. So that made sense, considering I'm 200 pages into this one. I finished this morning. Might as well start the third of the 3 that I thought I would finish. And then if I don't like it, I'll move on to the others, or I'll pick up one of the many other books that I read. I'm actually like in a much better mood than I was 5 minutes ago when we started talking, because just before I jumped onto this live, I was texting Hannah, who is Team Hobbit, because she'd had a book arrive that she hadn't ordered. And that is because she ordered The Murder of Mr. Wickham, and I sent her by accident The Murder of the National Gallery. Now, in my 2.5 years of running Waypoint books, I have done that twice. So I think I'm not doing too bad. And both times it has been that I have sent something very, very similar but I've ordered both books in. The Murder of Mr. Wickham is right behind my laptop, so that's fine. But during this discussion, she also thought that she was missing several books that she had ordered in June, which I knew I had sent. And with all the postal strikes and stuff like that, I was like, it's got lost. And like, because it's standard postage, it's not tracked or anything. I'm going to have to like buy replacements and send them out. No, she's just found them. They're in a box under her stairs with a whole bunch of other stuff that she hasn't opened yet. So she has all of the books except the one that is behind me. So I'm in a much better mood now because I was panicking that I had messed up bigger than I thought I had, which was just skipping one book. And she can keep the other book. Apparently she didn't like the first one. And I was like, well, I've paid for it now. You might as well keep it. So she's going to read a book that she finds really boring with all the other stuff. But the sub box that she couldn't find, which she then found, is the one that had Blackwater Sister in it. Because Abby, I've been telling everyone, like, since Olivia made me read it, I have been telling everyone to read it. It's so good.
I mean, I've put it on Celine's want to buy list now, so just FYI, heads up.
Well,
She'll
to be
ask for that.
fair, knowing that you liked it is one of the reasons your surprise book is what your surprise book is for your sample box.
I'm so curious.
Mm-hmm. And most people's boxes are arriving today, so I wouldn't be surprised if yours arrives today too.
Has my postie been? No, just the letter postie. They either come incredibly early or incredibly late, because I live right next to the parcel depot, so we're either on the way or on the way back.
Mm-hmm.
So today is late for the parcel posties, apparently.
Yeah.
And I am going to read. I'm really sorry. I know Hannah's in the comments and she's going to shout at me because I did say I was reading Ariadne, which I do still have here. But, like, and I'm still only 10 pages in. Like, I read a total of 10 pages yesterday. I was doing great. I was stressed out. Abby, you'd be happy to know, we've bought a new printer.
I would have been happier to know that your printer started working. That would have been better to know.
It was time for it to die a death. It happens. But I'm really sorry, Hannah. I have decided, because I'd like to finish a book on this stream for so I'm going to read Mina and the Undead by Amy McCall. I'd also like to finish it before she has her like virtual thing that she's doing with Beth later on, because then I can watch that and not fear for spoilers. And it's, let's be honest, it's embarrassing that I haven't read this yet, because I bought this of Hannah like last year. And even better, Hannah sold it to me with a signed book plate, because Amy McCall is lovely and signs book plates and sends them over. It's great.
She's actually sent me some for Slayers as well, by the way.
Yes, she has.
They haven't arrived yet. But...
yeah, I really like Amy, so I'd quite like to actually read her book, because when I met her at Yelk, she was lovely, and I was like, I'm embarrassed, I haven't read it yet. So it's about time. But if I finish that relatively quickly, which I think I will go back to Ariadne. So I'm kind of helping the Hobbits and the Witch Kings in this stream, hopefully, but I am helping the Witch Kings slightly more at this point.
Dwarves are just sat here crying.
Hey, I read my first book was for dwarves.
Good.
And I've got many more books. Hello. Hi, Hannah. Hello, Rickette. Hi, Celine. All the hobbits. Rickette was the Reaper. But Celine wanted Pages and Co.
I know Celine wanted me to read Pages and Co. Because Celine mentioned it the other day. So that was one of the reasons it was on the TBR in the first place. I've got the first three. So that's how much I think I'm going to like it. Having said that, I wasn't massively in love with Nevermore or Keeper of the Lost Cities, which apparently are very similar. But I'm going to try not to be a grump. I'm going to try and just enjoy a fun book for a change.
Makes a change for you.
Don't worry, if you're just here to watch and to do some reading with us, you don't have to be taking part, although I'm sure if you're reading a book, you will find a team which the prompts adhere to. Like
probably.
Well, the thing that kills me is my sister-in-law messaged me yesterday and was like, Hannah, I've never watched any of your live streams before, but it was just really chill reading with you. But I've never read Lord of the Rings. I hope that's not a problem. And I was like, it literally doesn't matter. Like, you don't have to read anything to do with Lord of the Rings. We're just doing these reading sprints because we need to read for our teams. And it would be awesome if you joined. But like, that's rocking up is already great support.
I mean,
So,
literally in every single one of my like announcement, like TBR recommendation videos, all of them, I'm like, if you've not read or watched Lord of the Rings, it's fine. Neither had I. I've only read the first one, and that's because I was asked to do this. I'm gonna read them, just not this month or next month. This month I have enough on my TBR, and they don't fit in the TBR because I don't have editions of them.
yeah.
Well, I do, but you've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. It's a well-loved copy. But Hannah, I don't think Hannah is mad at you.
I'm not. She's literally just texted me saying that she owes me a hot chocolate for all the stress. And I was like, I mean, I'll take the hot chocolate. Like, I'll hold you to that. But like, I'm relieved more than anything. Because this is my thing, right? My business, I've got two. I've got my writing business and then I've got my Waypoint Books business. And one of those things is a lot easier to maintain than the other. Writing for people, I've just got to save a document and send it off. Books, there's like packaging and tax and like all this other bullshit. But I love it because I love talking about books and then being like, although Abby and Lizzie can confirm, I had a massive freak out the other day because people keep commenting on my videos going, oh my God, I need that. That book looks great. I need it. And I'm like, from me? You need it from me? And they're like, no, I just want to read it. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Because like, I hate being a pushy saleswoman. So I need someone to straight up be like, Hannah, can you get his money? And then I'll go and do it. Otherwise, if people say, oh, I need that, I then will just leave it for 3 weeks and then go, wait, did they want me to get that in for them? Did they want to order that from me? I don't know.
Well, as I clarified with you, the answer is no. If I actually want you to purchase it, I'll drop you a message.
No, this is the thing is I know you and Celine will, but I had a freak out because your comment came up most recently to me having that freak out. But I had 4 other comments on that same video from different people going, "Oh my God, that book looks great! I need it." And I'm like, "From me? You need it from me? Do you need it from me?" Because I'm like ready to go to sleep. So I'm like, wait. They actually want it, so that's why you got that proper ranty little text at the end of the day. Like literally, it was at like 11:30 at night. I was struggling. So,
because I don't think Hannah is going to answer you because Hannah gets very awkward when trying to promote stuff, and she shouldn't because Hannah is fantastic. Hannah runs a indie bookshop online called Waypoint Books. It's fantastic. It's very much championing BIPOC, disabled rap, all that sort of stuff. Because you go onto Waypoint Books, I think I've linked it down in the description. If I haven't, I will go and do that. But essentially, I've been on there a lot of times, and Hannah's got books on there that I would never have seen like otherwise. And if you want something that isn't on there, message Hannah privately, and I'm sure she'll be able to get it in for you. I mean, she also does really great subscription boxes, which all the information is on the website because I don't want to get anything wrong. But yeah, if you want to support an indie bookshop, Waypoint Books is the one.
And we do ship internationally. I have actually put my link and the tiniest of descriptions in the comments when I spotted that Catherine had messaged. So sorry. No, you're fine. I love that you're like, because Hannah won't promote. No, Hannah won't. Hannah will rant about how she really wants to do a good job, but that's not really the same as promoting.
No, because while me and Lizzie are there going, and you're just like, no, I don't wish to.
Yeah, saleswoman I am not.
She spelled her name wrong. And then she spelled
it fixed it.
Okay, phew. Oh, there we go. There it is. Click on that link and have a look. I really should have checked, but I just didn't.
No, you're fine.
Reading Sandstorm. It's an older book. I don't think I've ever heard of that book. But are you enjoying it?
It's ringing bells for me, but I don't know why.
I've heard of it. I prefer Nevermore 100% more than Pages & Co. Oh, Hannah, maybe you'll like Pages & Co. because you don't like Nevermore. Maybe this will be what happens.
It's not that I didn't like it. It was just a bit too whimsical for me. Right, look, here's the thing, guys. I'm miserable. I like miserable books. I like spooky middle grades that really get in your brain and make you wonder what is happening. I like thrillers and I like fantasies where everyone dies, right? I'm a misery guts through and through. So when you send me really happy, whimsical middle grades, I can usually only read them just before I go to bed or at Christmas. That's it. Those are the only times I want those middle grades.
So does this mean Ali was right? You don't like Joy?
It's no, Ali. Ali has never told me that I don't like joy. Ali has told me that I don't know how to experience joy, which I think is a much darker thing to say. She's like, you don't know how to experience joy, Hannah, and that's fine.
Oh.
How sad.
She's right though.
Yeah, she's not wrong.
For the first one, is that talking about pages and code?
Possibly.
I'm swapping between two different keyboards and it always throws me. I expect lots of typos.
That's fair. That's fair. Spooky middle grades are the best. The Evelyn Jones ones, hands down, my favourite so far. But I've got Dreadwood and a couple of others that I've bought. I bought Wranglestone recently that I want to save for Gothtober, because Gothtober's great for trying spooky books, because if you need a quick read for Gothtober, middle grades are the way to go for sure. They try harder. They're not going for like just the standard gory jump scare, which, don't get me wrong, I also really enjoy. But I feel like if you want like an insidious read that's not gonna give you nightmares, middle grades. Although sometimes they do give you nightmares.
No, we like comments. Comment as much as you want, but also you should probably go to your meeting. And I hate that for you. Oh, okay. So you've nearly finished the first Lord of the Rings. I'm very proud of you. I'm so proud of you. I really, really, really hope you are enjoying it and you're not just like finding it a chore to get through, because I'd feel really awkward if that's the case, but I'm glad you're reading it anyway.
I think that's the thing when you love a book that much and you're just like, I need you to like it, so it's less stress for me. I've read the first Death Note. I have not been able to find volume 2 anywhere.
I think I read up to volume 4 or volume 6, because I read them in the black volume, so I don't actually know how that, because they've got 2 volumes in the black volume, so I don't remember exactly which ones I read.
I can't remember, because I remember you brought it downstairs. I was literally just going to have a look and see if it's on that shelf, because I could have sworn I've seen it recently. But I read the first one thinking, oh, this will just be a quick read. I read it when I was trying to read my 300 books, and I would save like 10 graphics and manga to the end of the month so I could catch up each month. And I read the first volume. I thought it was excellent. I thought it was so clever, but have not been able to find. If I want volume like 8 on, fine. Anything pre-8 just doesn't seem to exist, so not ideal.
I'm saving the second Evelyn for October, but I just want to read it now. I am going to be doing a spooky middle grade vlog for October, but I'm going to be filming it in September. So if you wanted to perhaps, buddy read the Haunting of Evelyn Jones.
I just need to check the date of something, because the third Evelyn Jones book is coming out this year.
Is that the Bewitching, or is that
No, Bewitching is 2. So you've got Haunting is 1, Bewitching is 2, and The Vanishing. Oh, that's so annoying. It comes out on the 27th of October. So it comes out at the very, very end, the last week of Gothtober.
No, it's really good. I just need to find the time to finish it. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Yes.
And yes.
No, that's a really good. Yeah. I'm so excited for you guys to see the announcement video, because I haven't filmed it yet, but the way we're doing Gothtober this year is very different to how we've done Gothtober previously in how you choose your prompts. So I'm hyped.
Me too. Knowing what it is, me too.
Abby looks furious. What's going on, Abby?
Oh no, nothing. Books are fine.
What were we talking about? But sure.
No, I'm doing what I was paid to do.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
I'm getting excited.
You cannot wait. And Gothtober is the best. So we're all very, very excited for Gothtober. I love it when it gets to spooky season and I can read Spooky books. And there's some really cool merch items too. And I'm sure Hannah's like really wanting to tell everyone. But yeah, I'm very excited for October this year, and I know that I'm going to be saving way too many books for October, because I'm trying to read 19 books this week. So God forbid that I what I'm going to do for October. How many I'm going to try.
This is the thing. So in the prep stage, me and my two lead co-hosts, which is Olivia's Catastrophe and Tish from Little Wolf, we had to come up with 51 prompts. There is no way anyone can read for every single prompt, but it will be you will be able to narrow it down. You will have a way of narrowing it down, and it's not a bingo board. I'm just so pleased it's not a bingo board, because don't get me wrong, love a bingo board, but there are so many readathons that do bingo boards. I just wanted to do something very, very different, so I did.
Well, now I'm even more curious.
Abby, I've actually sent it in the group chat so that you can have a look.
Yes.
Because I can't keep a secret to save my life, and the announcement comes out in 2 weeks.
Good. I want to know.
I'm dreading the announcement video, not because I'm not excited, but because of how much I'm going to have to help Hannah and how unfit I am.
I've got a plan for my announcement video, and Lizzie's a little bit nervous about it.
I'm a little bit curious.
Just
into it at all.
think about it, Abby. Why am I not? Why am I nervous? Think about it.
I don't know if Abby's going to be able to guess it from just why you're nervous. There's loads of things you're scared of.
Well, I said I was unfit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I thought we'd already decided that you'd be in a car.
Oh yeah, true, but we don't have. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is how good Lizzie and I are at keeping secrets. Oh, I'm really pleased you liked it, because that one was just like kind of royalty-free collage, basically, of really creepy stuff. I'm hoping to do a bit more stuff where it's actually me in it this time. But I've also given myself 2 weeks to film it, so.
And edit.
And no, the editing will be fine. The editing won't take me very long at all, but it's the filming bit that I'm concerned about.
It's fine. I thought I was going to burp then, and I was like really awkward, and I got stuck because I was like, oh no.
Oh, I was like, oh, that's definitely Lizzie's burp face. And then I was like, oh, maybe she was just nearly sick in her own mouth. That would be really sad. I hate it when that happens to people. And then you were like, oh, burped. And I was like, oh, no, it's fine. That's
No,
exactly
what I didn't. I just thought I was going to.
No, that's fair enough.
Oh, yeah, that improves it massively.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. Well, should we get some reading done then? Do you think?
Let's do that.
Yeah. Is 45 minutes okay for you both?
That works for me, because I think that gives me enough time to like go make tea, sort my life out, and then actually read.
Sweet. Okay.
I don't know how much I'm going to read, but I'll try.
Okay. Well, I'll see you both in 45 minutes.
See you in a bizzle.
Hello.
Hey,
Welcome. How did we all do? What did we all get up to?
Well, I managed 50 pages of Tilly and the Book Wanderers, and then I got a notification because somebody just ordered from Waypoint. So if you are in the crowd, thank you very much.
Abby, how did you do? I saw you did do a bit of reading.
I read around 3 pages, but I finished a thing at work and uploaded it and submitted it in all 3 different various ways that we do, and have started a really awkward one. So I may have to dip at some point because this one is awful.
That's you.
But I'm trying.
You can always come back after you've done work for the day. Well, I read 50 pages too. Hannah, look at us go.
Look at us go.
I did start the sprint off by watching TikTok though. And then I vlogged for a bit and then I started. So, yes, I'm enjoying it a lot. It was very much vibes at the moment. So, I'm enjoying it. What about everyone in the comments?
In the comments.
Making sprints be both productive editing video and reading. We love to see it. Productivity is always a welcome. What? I was going to say something else and my brain stopped. I read 40 pages of An Ember in the Ashes. Are you enjoying Ember in the Ashes? I enjoyed it quite a lot. The series as a whole is pretty good, but I like the first one the best out of all of them. So yeah, so Hannah, you're next as well.
Huh?
You're working as well then, because someone ordered.
Yeah, well, I was literally just updating the order, so that was it. And okay. Now someone else has ordered as well, so that's lovely. They're coming in thick and fast. This is what happens when I mention my business, and then you mention my business, and then you do all the selling of my business. Then, yeah.
I wonder how many parcels we're gonna have by the end of this stream.
You know what, it's really funny because I was just saying to Abby before we started that I sent off 18 parcels this morning, and we were like, wow, that's a lot. And I was like, yeah. And now I'm probably going to have just as many, which is lovely.
Yep. I always like it when Hannah gets Waypoint stock in though, because I have no self-control. I don't know what self-control is. And then I just take like 12 hardbacks and think, maybe I should be saving money. But where'd be the fun in that?
Where'd be the fun in that? You're right.
66 pages of Sandstorm. It's interesting. We're off to desert to find a lost city. Or off to desert to find, I don't know.
Desert. Desert is 1, desert is 2.
I never know which. I did an English degree, but you'd never believe it, would you?
It's all right, because you've got a geographer here to help you, so.
That's true.
Abby loves rocks.
Abby loves rocks.
Also spell desert and dessert.
Pro on both.
Just because I did an English degree does not mean I am good at spelling or grammar. I just like books.
Just because I did a geology master's doesn't mean I know what rocks are.
You do know what rocks are, though.
You do, though, yeah.
I can't really identify individual rocks, to be fair. That wasn't actually included in the master's.
If you were to go, this one is made out of carbon, and this one is also made out of carbon, we'd be like, sure.
I mean, I'd probably also be, but that's because you picked the most basic element.
Yeah, that's why I picked it. that's what I remember from chemistry.
I think what we're all learning here is that Abby, having done, a sciencey degree, is much more. No, wait, sentence structure. Again, I did an English degree. Woo! Is not going to be challenged on things like the makeup of rocks. Whereas if I spell something wrong, everyone's gonna know.
Everyone's gonna know. You said that like it was like some dark secret. They're gonna know.
It is. Didn't you know spelling is part of a secret society? I don't know.
A secret society of misspellers.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. Veronica's doing some form, I forget the exact title, of forestry management. Forgive me for forgetting the exact thing, but something to do with forestry management, which is really cool.
That does sound pretty cool. I love that it's just, and I've forgotten all of them. I just know them as rocks.
Yeah.
Rocks and pebbles and stones. Is that right?
I love that. I also love that I think I once asked Abby, so are you a geographer or a geologist? And she went, technically neither. And I was like, oh, I tried.
You were correct.
Hey, got it right. Nice. Yeah, my undergrad was geography. None of us can spell, clearly, it's fine.
No, I was an English teacher, and I used to do this thing where if I was like, I don't know how to spell a word, if I write something down, it will come from like muscle memory. So if it was a case of like, oh, we don't know how to spell this word, let's spell it together, and like you do it with like year 11, so they're like, we can see straight through you, miss. And I'm like, that's not the point. Help me spell this word. And then we'd like spell it and have it like written up on the wall. And like teachers would come in and be like, oh, that's like really good, like office, like classroom management, because you're getting the whole kids involved. You're modeling, like you get brownie points as a teacher for writing stuff up on the board, right? But if you're like, let's spell this word together, like it looks like you're doing a really good job, when what you're really saying is, I don't know. My other favorite phrase was, oh, should we Google it? Oh, I don't know the answer to that one. Let's Google it. Let's Google it together.
Fair, every single like person I've tutored, and then every class that I've been in as a student, will appreciate it a million times more if you just say to them, either I can't remember, I've definitely studied that, but I can't remember, or I don't know.
Yeah.
They appreciate it so much more if you literally look them in the eye and be like, I've got no clue. Do you want to look it up? I can explain the technical answer.
Well, the thing is, they've always got their phones on them anyway, and you're supposed to take their phones off them when they're students. And if they're sat there texting, I absolutely was that teacher. But if I didn't know the answer to something and I was working like with another kid who needed my support, and they'd be like, Miss, I don't know how to spell such and such a thing, I'd be like, look it up on your phone. Don't worry, I'll let it slide this time, kind of thing. Because I'm like, if as an adult, if I don't know how to spell something, I Google it. So I'm teaching them life skills.
It's not a skill that's required anymore.
Yeah.
10 years ago, you needed to know how to spell. But now, as long as you get close enough.
Now it's about more comprehension, isn't it? It's about seeing a word and knowing how to say it out loud and what it means, rather than being... And like, yes, being able to spell correctly is important. If you're writing an important document, etc., you need to be able to spell the jargon in your industry correctly, because nothing makes you look sillier than if you spell something incorrectly for something important, right? So spelling is still important. However, we are also more adapted now to understand that, dyslexia, dyspraxia, things like that are going to make a massive impact. Color blindness is going to make a massive impact. Like all these different things that, 20, 30 years ago, no one gave a shit about. You were either good at spelling or you were an idiot. It's like, no, we've got nuance in this era. Isn't that nice?
See, you were like talking about like dyslexia and dyspraxia. If there was me going, oh yeah, and at work, the biggest challenge we have is that our spell check is set to American English. And then you said something really prolific and like correct, and my brain went, yes, that's more correct than what my brain was saying. But because like I get emails through from people, and I'm always like, why have you taken the U out of that word? Oh, because spell check told you to.
Yeah.
My mother still tells me that I should take out the dictionary.
Mine does that. Check the dictionary. No. There's a high chance of the word I'm looking for isn't in the dictionary.
I always like the one of, have you looked at thesaurus? It's like, no. Why would I?
Do you know what? It kills me, because as a writer, I can absolutely tell when a writer's gone, ooh, I don't like this word. Let's synonym it, because the synonym will be close, but it won't actually make sense contextually. But it'll be because the word they've used, or they want to use, they've already used 3 or 4 times in that paragraph. So they're like, now we've got to mix it up again. And it's like, that's how that works.
Are we talking about our lovely friend Stephanie Meyer?
We might be, yeah. we might be going there.
Scientists-
We might be.
Scientists 100% do this in academic articles when obviously we have all the technical jargon, but there are just some base sentences of like, so this then means you can't say, you feel stupid if you say it that many times. So you end up thesaurusing it and like synonyms full.
From this, we can infer.
Okay, well, as someone's Swedish, you learn British English in school and American English online, I'm confused. Yeah.
Like, I can say Rosa's English is impeccable. Like, it's fantastic, better than any second language I can ever try to learn. Her English is fantastic. She does her videos in English. But, like, I would not want to have the different variants. Imagine them being, like, Australian as well. And then having Aussie English and British English and American English.
Well, English is hard enough to learn anyway. I'm always really like impressed by anyone who has English as a second language, because I'm just like, languages don't work with my brain. I tried to learn, like I did Spanish at school. I've tried to learn other languages, and I'm just like, no, I remember hardly anything. But I would hate to learn English again, like from the beginning, with all the grammar and the syntax, and like I don't know how.
Grammar and syntax, I think that a lot of other languages we've stolen their structure. The thing that makes learning language so difficult is homophones. Words that sound the same but mean very different things. And if you're trying to read and or write something and it doesn't read or write the way you think it will, or you're like, is it stationary and stationary? Gets me every time.
Veronica, bless your soul. But so when you're learning language in like a school environment, that's when the grammar is the awful thing. Like German. I did German up to A level. There is 4 different tenses, like generative, dative, I don't remember them all. But so German already has 4 different thes. You have masculine, feminine, neutral, and plural. So der, die, das, die. However, for each of these different cases, they also have their own thes. So it's der, die, das, die, den, der, des, dem, des, den. I've got that wrong somewhere. But you then have to figure out from the type of sentence that it is, which the you use, but then it can also change depending on other bits in the sentence structure. In education, awful, god awful, hell. In like just trying to learn it the same way that an actual German would learn the language, you just kind of guess the right one, whichever one sounds right, and it probably is the one that sounds like it fits. Literally, like we speak English, we know that and cake sounds weird. And cake sounds really weird. A apple sounds really odd to English speaking ears, and it's the same thing. They also have the same thing with the as. I know. So many.
All of the languages.
But yeah, so in school, you're just there like crying, like I don't know how to figure out if it's a genitive or not. And then in real life, you just guess.
Yeah, see, I studied German for 2 years. And by studied German, I mean I sat at the back of the German class with my friends whilst we did our makeup because it was the last lesson on a Friday. And 9 times out of 10, we would, about halfway through the lesson, claim that we needed to go to the bathroom and then just not come back. So, studied real hard. I was at a grammar school, and honestly, I don't know how much I actually learned at this grammar school. Like, we're told every single day that we're top 25% of the country, we're the smartest kids alive, and we're like, that's nice. There's some boys over there, so we're just gonna, don't mind us.
At least I actually paid attention. I did that in French class instead. I still got an A in both of them at GCSE.
Oh, see, this is the thing, is I failed I didn't fail my languages, I got like a C and a D. Those were the lowest grades I got. And that's why I really shit myself up for A-levels, because I didn't bother trying for GCSEs, and I got A's across the board. So I expected to get A's across the board for A-levels. Didn't, got kicked out of the school, and then got A's at a different school instead. But I was just like, well, I actually did the fucking work.
An English grammar in school since I was 14. Whether you could say had blew my mind. Yeah.
as native English speakers, sometimes we say it, and sometimes you just don't notice. But sometimes you kind of pause as you're saying it. You're like, had.
Do you know what? It's weird when you write it, because when you write had, you're like,
It doesn't have the
that's
inflection.
stupid. Yeah.
Whereas it's usually like, oh yeah, should had. Like you don't tend
Yeah.
to say she had. It's usually oh should,
Mm.
which doesn't even sound like a word. Should, but it's she had. She should. Welcome to the north. Should.
Sorry, seeing Adam's comment about the yeah, no, but I can't tell you how many times I've texted someone just saying yeah, no.
I'm guessing I'm meant to be worst pet peeve.
No, worst pet pee. No peas here, please.
Mine's when it goes down the back of the litter tray on the wall in the skirting
Grim.
board. Awful.
Grim. Mine is the unsuspected pet pee, where it's not in a place you would expect to find it.
Yes. Well, let's move swiftly on, shall we?
You didn't want to contribute to that bit, Lizzie? Not interested?
No, I think my worst pet peeve is, or pet pee, is when it's in your bed.
Well, that's what I meant by unsuspecting. Unsuspecting.
Oh,
Right, well, I'm going to go pour tea. Do you want one?
yes, please. Should I put another sprint on then?
Let's.
I'm gonna go do my job.
Okay. Well, you can always come back.
If he does not decide to randomly have dinner at some sort of weird time, then I shall reappear.
Okie doke. Well, thank you, Abby, and we'll see you later, or we won't.
Either later or tomorrow. I'll be
one,
around.
one or the other. One or the other.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
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 Loved it.
Right, adding to stream, and I will see you in a minute.
Literally, because I'm going to bring you your tea up.
Woo! I was going to come down for it, but okay.
Either or. Hello.
Ha 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 ha. Oh god, I nearly dropped my bookmark. That's the word.
Yes, that tricksy little phrase that we never ever use in this house.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never heard of it before in my life.
Never in my life. Never in my days.
Never at all.
Never at all. Oh, how'd you get on?
I read another 60 pages.
Oh,
I'm like 40% of the way through, so I'm enjoying
nice.
it. Yeah, I'm liking it.
That's cool. I didn't manage as many. I only managed another 15 or so because I was scrolling through TikTok whilst I was having my tea. And then I was still scrolling through TikTok once I'd finished my tea. And then I saw we had like 12 minutes left and was like, I should probably read something.
Yeah, I saw you were on TikTok because you were sending me TikToks.
Well, that's why I was like, I know I can't lie about it. I can't be like, yeah, I read loads. You'd be like, Hannah, no. Hannah, no. But I am enjoying it, actually. This is quite funny because it's very much like a middle grade fan fiction for all of her favorite children's books. So she keeps like meeting characters and stuff, which is kind of like the whole point of this shop. But it's really funny because you can tell, like you said off camera, Lizzie was saying that she really likes Mina and the Undead because it's clear that Amy really likes vampires in the same way that we also really like Stephen Graham Jones slashers because it's clear he really loves a slasher. I like this because it's clear to me that Anna James loves a middle grade.
Yeah.
And it's a lot more wholesome than Nevermore. It's not nearly as whimsical. The pacing of this one is far more my thing than Nevermore was. And I'm just in general enjoying this more than I enjoyed Nevermore.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't read either. So, I mean, Nevermore's been on my radar for a while. So I know when you said that you didn't enjoy it, I was very surprised because everyone kind of likes it. And I hadn't really heard of Pages and Co. So.
Well, it's not that I didn't enjoy Nevermore. You want it now. You'd think the tea would wake me up, but it's just made me more sleepy. It's not that I didn't enjoy it. It was just that the beginning of it feels really rushed because like Nevermore's a place, right? So they're quite like trying to get there quickly, and then trying to keep her there through all these different trials and things. I've just seen someone else has said I preferred Nevermore to Pages and Co. I think in general people do prefer Nevermore to Pages and Co. But this one reads more like the middle grades I used to read as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they're talking about characters that I read as a kid means that I'm far more inclined to recommend this one to parents to read with their kids because I think they would both get something out of it.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to Nevermore, which is definitely more just one that a parent would read to a kid because it's just whimsy and fun and you haven't really got to think too hard about what happened in the last chapter. Whereas this one, there are already, I'm only like 6 chapters in, but there are already things being like foreshadowed.
Good. I'm glad you're enjoying. Blue says I suggest learning and using BSL no tenses.
I would love to learn sign language, especially because I've got ASL in my book that I'm writing. I would love to learn BSL.
Yeah.
There's really no reason why I shouldn't, to be honest.
Catherine is back. She's been listening to Gilded while I had a walk.
Good for you.
Is Gilded the Marissa Meyer one? Or is it the other one?
I don't know. Because I know there's like Guild as well, which is a different one. Let's have a look. Because there's also one that was like Glint and stuff as well.
Oh yeah, that one's the like smutty minus one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Gilded is the Marissa Meyer one.
Catherine just confirmed that it was Marissa Meyer. Rachel got 45 pages done. That's amazing. Veronica's asked how long are you planning to do this live? Well, probably up to about 7:30 probably, because the live I want to catch with Amy and Beth over on Book's Nest channel. Oh god, butchered that then, didn't I? Is at 8. So, and it's now 5:15. So probably 2 more sprints we probably get in, maybe 3.
At least, I reckon. Yeah, because my thought is I'll probably read properly for the next sprint. And then after that, I'll start getting dinner on and I might stick an audiobook on.
Yeah, that's fair. I think I listened to about 10 minutes of Fellowship of the Ring. Fantastic, Hannah. I hope you're still enjoying it. But still 10 more minutes. Yeah, that one. Pages and Co is a lot more relatable to characters from favourite books. Basically what you're saying, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Guild is by Raven Kennedy.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. That is the smutty one. Hey, Ali, we were talking about you earlier, and mainly how you roasted me and said that I don't know how to experience joy.
Yeah, because Hannah was being her usual.
I was being a grumpy pants, but currently reading Pages and Co, Ali, in case you didn't catch that, and enjoying it. So am able to experience joy, but only in small doses. Which actually probably, do you know what? I'm actually relieved that I prefer this one to Nevermore because I've got book 1, 2, and 3 of this, whereas Nevermore I did as an audiobook. Oh,
interesting. I mean, because you've got them physically, is it because you spent money on them and not just listened to them on script or whatever? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm relieved that having spent the money on them, I don't hate them. Not that I didn't hate Nevermore. Saying I hate Nevermore is not accurate. It was just, and also all the time. I'm going to bring that up almost as often as I bring up the fact that Lizzie spat on me twice on the same day.
I didn't mean to either of those times.
You didn't apologise either.
I did.
Yeah, eventually. To be fair, it was quite funny earlier. I got really excited and I started talking really fast and I spat a little bit, but it didn't actually hit Lizzie. And I went, "Oh, I just spat at you," and she went, "Ha ha! Now it's the other way around." And got all excited. It's very funny. As long as I don't. This is my fear, right? Because there have been at least 2 that I can think of off the top of my head, which are books that Ali has recommended to me that she's enjoyed, either the author's writing or similar books, and has been like, "Hey, we should read this." And then I've been like, "Hey, I hate this." And I never know how to let Ali down gently because there are a few occasions. There are also more occasions where Ali has recommended me books and I've actually enjoyed them, but she never remembers those ones. She just remembers the books that I didn't like. Having said that, how many books have you recommended to me, Lizzie? Like, how many of the books have... I'm trying to think what books you recommended to me that I've read. Clown in a Cornfield's one.
Yeah. Things you've read. Oh, I don't know. I don't remember. I'm terrible at that.
I'll open up my Goodreads and see, because there must be more than just that one. Right, books that I've read recently. Just waiting for Goodreads to load. Okay, Extasia, we both bought. Afterlove?
I don't think I recommended that to you because I've never read that, but I was offering you my pretty copy of it because
Fear Street, but not the one that I read. You just recommended Fear Street in general.
Well, I recommended the films to you that you still haven't seen.
No. Nope, none of those. Courtney Summers, that one I recommended to you. That one we buddy read. That one I recommended to you. She Who Became the Sun?
I haven't read that one.
Okay. We need to recommend more books then. That's what I'm learning from this situation.
Yeah, the thing is, I know you're probably not going to like it, you know?
Oh, you made me read The Martian, and I gave that 5 stars.
Yes, I did make you read The Martian, because now I need to make you read Project Hail Mary.
Yeah, well, we're working on it. I can only do so much sci-fi in one go. What else? No, that's it. By the looks of things, that is it.
Yeah, I'm just looking now, and I'm like, no.
Yeah. No, that you need to recommend me more. I mean, to be fair, it's literally my professional obligation to recommend you books. So there is slight difference there, but
I was literally about to say, like, it's your job to recommend books to people. So Although I have recommended you read the Hat Makers and the Map Makers, which you haven't done. I've recommended.
Do you know what's really funny about that? For everyone watching, Lizzie for ages has been like, read the Hat Makers, read the Hat Makers, you'll love the Hat Makers, read the Hat Makers. And then I read something before Nevermore. What did I read before Nevermore? And was like, it was fine.
Amari.
That was it. I gave Amari 3 stars. And Lizzie was like, oh, I don't know if you're going to like Map Makers or Hat Makers anymore. And then I gave Nevermore 3 stars and she was like, oh no. Like, and it's just like, oh, Hannah doesn't know how to experience joy, but I still own both, so I will read them eventually.
I think it will break my heart when you inevitably don't like them.
It's really not inevitable. It's not inevitable.
I think it is inevitable. No, I have not read the second Clown in a Cornfield book yet because I haven't got a copy of it yet because I didn't know it was out yet.
Well, it only came out in the last week or so because I put that order for Gardeners in last week and it wasn't in my pre-orders, but it is in my pre-orders this week. So the fact that I've got to order books next week, our copies will arrive next week.
Love how you just be a copy already, like you already knew this was going to happen.
Oh yeah, no, I did for sure. It's a hardback though, Lizzie. That's the only thing because the paperbacks aren't. Yeah,
I don't have a copy of the first one, Hannah. I listened to it on audiobook on Script.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. If you want to do that too, you can do that too. We can share a copy.
Yeah. Maybe.
Don't hesitate. If you see a book that you're like, you know what, I loved this and I loved it for these reasons, just recommend it. Just recommend. What's the worst that's going to happen? I have a slightly different opinion to you. Oh no.
I loved Project Hail Mary a lot. I think I liked it more than The Martian for a particular character. And I haven't read the audiobook, but I enjoyed the book nonetheless.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. To be fair, recently I tried and DNF'd Elle Kennedy's The Good Girl Complex book. And I picked it up because I've seen how much Ali really enjoys Elle Kennedy's writing. But we then had a whole conversation about it's the self-published, indie published books by Elle Kennedy that Ali really likes. And I was reading their traditionally published one, which was not good. And now they've got a new one that's come out called Misfit, which is basically like a smutty YA, which is all right. And Ali's not enjoying it. So I feel like Ali was like, this is not for us. So I might need to do a vlog at some point where I try books that people have told me I won't like.
The thing is, I like recommending books to Hannah that I think she might dislike. Illuminate. So I can hear Hannah rant about stuff because when Hannah gets going, it's hard to make Hannah stop. But sometimes when she really, really hates it, I don't remember which wrap-up it is, but Hannah really does not like The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. I'm indifferent towards it, but Hannah fucking hated it, it.
Yeah.
And Hannah's got this thing which is called Potluck wrap-up, and she pulled Addie LaRue, and I think she just spent the entire time on the 20-minute time limit.
So for context there, because Lizzie's right, I get on a soapbox, I don't fucking shut up. And basically I have started doing this thing where I pull my wrap up out of a teapot because I read quite a lot during the month. I don't read as much as Lizzie, but I do read quite a lot. And then I don't know what I'm going to be wrapping up. It's a surprise to me as much as it is to you. And then I just have to talk about that book. And if I don't remember anything about that book, it obviously wasn't that good a book. With Addie LaRue, I've got a 20-minute time limit, right? I'm not allowed to talk for longer than 20 minutes. I used, I think, about 17 minutes of that video. It's just me ranting. And what's really funny is there's the one that's coming out this month, because I filmed it already, because if I've got a certain number of books in my wrap-up basket, I'll just film it early. There is one that I talk about in this, which is 11 minutes long. I rant about it for 11 minutes. And it's not I'm not excited to talk about it, so I talk about it for 11 minutes. I hated it. It was not good. So, but going back to so obviously a couple of comments below that are about Amari being amazing. Amari is amazing. I can absolutely see why people love Amari. I have been recommending Amari to pretty much everyone I meet that's like, I want a magical school book. And I'm like, yes, Amari and the Night Brothers. My issue with Amari and the Night Brothers has nothing to do really with Amari itself, and more to do with the fact that I listened to it whilst being stuck in traffic for 6 hours. I drove from Wales down to Kent, down to basically Dover, which should have been a 4-hour drive and was 7.5 hours. And at least 2 of those hours, I was stuck on the M25. And I was just getting more and more irritated. And it meant that the things that shouldn't have bothered me as much, but would have just casually irked me about Amari. And it's like, they're writer issues, right? If you're a reader and you're just reading for enjoyment, you wouldn't give a shit. But because of who I am as a person, there were things that bothered me. They bothered me more than they should have, because I was already in a bad mood, and because that kind of like ended up clouding it. So I didn't like that they tried to kind of double bluff certain stuff. I didn't like that there were certain elements of their investigation which were a complete waste of time. It was just to add more whimsy. I didn't like that they're in this magical school thing, but unless the structure of lessons is actually going to benefit Amari, we don't actually learn anything about the magical world or what everyone else is studying. I didn't like that there is racism, but not like the standard kind. Like in the main character is a woman of color, but her best friend is part dragon, so everyone treats this part dragon person like shit and is like actively I didn't like that. I was like, I don't know why you've included that. That just seems really silly. I didn't like that the villain has kind of set up someone else to take the fall when it was really obvious they were to me, it seemed really obvious they were going to be a villain. So this is what I mean, right? This is what I mean. I'm a grump. Stop sharing things with me that you enjoy. But also don't. I love hearing what you enjoy.
Yeah, my face, because I'm like, fuck off, Hannah. It's a good time. All right.
It is a good time. I'm not just
everyone is worry, and let's just be positive. No, I'm joking, obviously. I'm just like, oh, but Amari was just so good.
You know, Amari in the Great Game is also in that delivery that's coming next week, just so you know. To be fair, I could order it today and it would arrive tomorrow.
But you're not going to, and that's fine. You're doing an order next week, so I can wait. Yeah, I'm using Hannah's own words against her. It's a good time.
It is a good time.
What did Hallie say? Oh my God, Hannah, we love a good rant. We do love a good rant.
We do love a good rant, but sometimes, Hannah, you're exhausting.
When it's 17 minutes long and I'm watching this video and I'm like, I know Hannah didn't like this book, but when the clock kept on going, I was like, oh my God, Hannah's not going to wrap up anything else. This is it. This is the video.
This is it. This is it.
And it was wonderful because I wasn't living with Hannah at that point, so I didn't know what she'd said. So this video, I was like, oh my God.
See, that's the thing that kills me, because I if you've watched any of my vlogs recently, you'll know that I went on holiday for my brother's wedding and I was hanging out with a friend of mine who I've not seen in ages, but he shared a room with me and he was watching the CrossFit Olympics basically, but just before going to bed, and I was reading this Elle Kennedy book and I was really not enjoying it and I thought it was really silly. But I like to share things I'm not enjoying just as much as I like to share things I am enjoying. So I'd be like reading a bit and they'd be like, oh, listen to this. Let me tell you about this thing. And he was like, Hannah, please just read anything else. You've brought 7 books on holiday. Please read anything else. So
my favorite part of that, though, is he chose to go for a walk.
Yeah, he did, to get away from me for 3 hours. He chose the most difficult trek and was like, he left at like 8 o'clock in the morning. We went downstairs for breakfast at 7:30, 7:45. By 8:30, he was like, cool, I'm ready to go. See you later. And I was like, bye. And then I just sat inside in an air-conditioned room reading all day. It was lovely. We met back up for lunch and then he was gone by 4. Done.
It's not just a Hannah thing, it's a booktube thing. I've been noticing it everywhere now. Well, it might be a booktube thing, but I learnt it from Hannah. And it is a Hannah thing and it's Hannah's fault. And it kills me inside every time it just crops up and I shock myself that I've said it. And it's definitely Hannah's fault and not my own. And I'm not an adult that takes responsibility for that. I blame Hannah.
You almost started that full sentence out, and I'm proud of you.
I understand that I didn't, but I was close, right?
We're very close. Like, that was almost a proper sentence.
What did I say? Sentence structure is not my thing.
Sentence structure. I definitely thought you said dance instructor, and I was like, who's a dance instructor? What are you talking about?
Right. On that note, I think it's time to sprint again.
For anyone who's wondering why Lizzie burst into night fever, we've been reading Midnight Sun, and we've just got to the bit where Edward is talking about his different phases of music and how he thought music in the 80s was kind of derivative, and he didn't enjoy disco. And I just love the idea of being like Emmett and Rosalie being like, yeah, we're gonna go out, and like they're wearing their flares and stuff, and Edward's just like, oh, I hate disco. Like, no one likes disco.
Edward hates anything that brings anyone else joy ever.
Yeah, because he can't experience it himself, so he's just jealous and petty.
But he is enjoying it himself where we are. He's filled with all this light, remember?
Don't make me sick. He was lying on her bed and Bella didn't even notice he was there.
Yeah, that was really weird. And I literally said, imagine, like, Twilight would be so much funnier if Bella fell out the window at this point because Edward's on her bed and scares the shit out of her. And then she does nearly fall out the window, and I was like, oh, look.
There it is.
Yeah, I agree. Of course he would hate disco. Fucking Edward Cullen.
Fucking Edward Cullen.
Right, I'm going to pop us into a sprint.
Pop a thim.
A sprint.
Sprint.
Theme 45.
Bye. Hello.
Hello. We've been joined by our Hobbit leader.
Yeah, who's currently
got
putting
a
pasta into her face.
I'm sorry. We will jump back into sprint very soon because I am
That's all-
hooked. I am well and truly hooked.
Mhm. It was a good book. I burned through it. I was meant to buddy read it with Hannah and just kind of took off.
That seems to be a theme for you. I've noticed.
Yeah. I'm a terrible buddy reader.
To be fair, it's fine so long as you get a head start. But to be fair, Lizzie's the same. Like Lizzie's like 80 pages or so ahead of me in Book of Night because I'm like, right, I need to do these set pages and I need to put a set time in to do these set pages. Otherwise, I don't read them. And I'm currently trying to buddy read with Amena as well. And Amena is a lot easier to buddy read with because she'll just message me and go, I haven't read today. And I'll go, me either.
To be fair, I haven't read my buddy read pages for today, and that's another
No,
40
good.
pages.
Can you give it like 2 weeks so I can catch up, please?
No, because this is one of my prompts for this readathon.
Yeah, it's one of my prompts too for this readathon because you made me that and Illuminate. You made me read, so
So I want to finish this before the end of the readathon. Is what I'm saying.
rude. I understand, but rude.
And then I can sack it off to Ali.
I spotted the tissue paper. Sorry, before you ask us how many pages we read, I've just spotted the tissue paper behind Hannah.
I have a mind of books from me trying to figure out what I had and what I didn't have.
I love that. I love that.
Those are all the waypoint packages. Look how cute the packaging is. If you didn't need an excuse before, if you want a nice little parcel, look at that. Look how beautiful that is with the sticker.
Although I'm really annoyed at myself for being an absolute chaos. Who does this with a sticker sheet?
You.
Who does that?
I'm not
I'm
even
really annoyed. Like, who does that? And I can only assume that, like, maybe I started from one end and then this end was closer or whatever. But, like, why? Why? I'm the worst.
Yes.
But to answer your question that you haven't asked, 70 pages.
70 pages. Nice. Nice. Other than shoving pasta in your face, Hannah, what did you do during that sprint?
I managed to schedule 4 tweets.
Woo!
So productive.
I love that for you.
Yeah, so tomorrow is the Team Hobbit Twitter takeover. So the Twitter is down in the description down below, and our hobbits will be talking to you all throughout the day. So please go and follow the Twitter if you haven't already, because
I'm not gonna lie, I've planned a whole meal plan for this. I'm eating like a hobbit all day.
That's so cool. I love that.
It's gonna be great. I'm gonna be so full.
I mean, hobbits eat well.
I'm excited.
So does that mean second breakfast and 11s?
Yeah.
Good. Good. I love that.
I've honestly been so excited just to eat all the food.
I'm excited for you. Because yum.
I've scheduled a couple of tweets just because I will be working. So just in case I miss the meal time, I'm like, there's still something going up. And I'll get myself some food later.
Perfect.
But yeah.
Well, I read another 82 pages. So I think, well, I might not finish it in the next sprint, but I'm going to try. Because I'm on page 195 of 300? No, less than that. 294. So I've got literally 100 pages left. So I might just be shy of finishing in the next sprint. But I think the next one will be the last one we do. Just so I can have a bit of a chill out before Amy's live show. But I want to finish it before Amy's live show.
That's fair.
So and also I'm quite hungry, so dinner would be nice in between that time too, like
Uh-huh.
eating.
I feel like that was a hint.
Well, I did know, to be fair, it would absolutely have been a hint if it weren't for the fact that previously I had said that in the last sprint I'll stick dinner on. But it was just that, and I'm hungry.
Rocket listened up to chapter 7 in my book while I did the dishes. That's great, but I'm doing productivity as well as reading. I didn't get much reading done yesterday, so I'm 1/3 into Captive Wolves and 1.5. I was going to go 1/2s because that's
1/2s.
And halfway into In the Night Wood. Ali, to be fair, you've been killing it with this readathon, so I think you should be pretty proud of yourself anyway. 47 pages, fantastic. Rachel.
That was about your packages.
Oh,
Because
okay.
Shortly after they've said that they're not buying any more books from me.
I do not need to buy more books. I have a 40 book haul to film at some point. I love a long book haul, though. I love them so much. And Veronica is also in agreement that it's the best thing ever.
Honestly, I can't wait.
It's going to be very good. I'm going to be so envious. I'm just going to be like, I'm hungry, Hannah. Hannah, I'm hungry.
I mean, there's nothing stopping you from doing the same. Every time Hannah updates a tweet, you could eat something. I mean, we really should have planned ahead and got like Hobbit adjacent foods. We could still do that. We could still go shopping first thing in the morning. Are we going to Worcester tomorrow or Thursday?
Tomorrow, probably.
Okay, because I was going to say Thursday I've got D&D, so I'd rather go tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll go tomorrow. That'll make more sense. Because I don't have to man the Twitter.
Yeah, like that's fair.
The Twitter is being manned. Not that we couldn't go even if that wasn't the case, but we might as well go tomorrow. For context, Worcester has got a art and museum gallery thing. I realised that didn't make any sense. Worcester has like a central art museum, and they have a Lord of the Rings exhibit going on at the moment. So I was like, oh, perfect, because it closes in like middle of September. So I thought, seeing as this readathon is all about Tolkien and Lord of the Rings, why not go on a little trip? And it looks like it'll be really fun. It might be crap, and we might just spend like maybe an hour there and then come home. But like, oh well, we'll have left the house.
I hope it's not crap.
Yeah, me too. I'm hoping to get some work done in the sprints this morning because I'm still sprinting first thing. So I'll sprint from 9 until 10:30 probably. It won't be as long as we've done before. And then we'll probably head out at 10:30.
Yeah. Well, the museum doesn't open until 10 anyway, so.
Well, that's my thought. By the time we get there, it'll be 11, 12. So then we can just go there and then mooch around, have a good old nosy.
Nosy, and then come back. And Abby's doing sprints tomorrow, I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think Abby.
So, yeah.
In the evening for a couple of hours, so that'll be fun. Normally, hard agree, Ali, but you know, sometimes you got to do what you got to do for the content.
Yes, we're doing it for the content, not because we're massive fucking nerds and we love to look at things.
Don't let the secret out, Hannah. God, us nerds. What gave it away?
I mean, it doesn't work if I do that because it's just beige behind me.
I don't know. Use some of your DVDs. Yeah. Anyhoozle, I suppose I should put on the last sprint then.
Let's do that. Are you still doing 45 minutes, yeah?
Yeah. Because I've got 45 minutes up and I'm too lazy to change it.
Fair. I mean, that's a reason to do anything, I guess.
Yeah. Well, obviously. Okay, now my computer's frozen, so we're not doing anything for a while. There we go.
I can just smell my pasta like it's literally in front of me.
See, the little evil golem that's inside me is like, haha, I'm going to take forever now. Ha ha ha. But also.
Got garlic bread as well.
Oh, delicious.
So it's like, it's a strong smell. Like.
All right, well, enjoy your garlic bread and pasta. We'll
turn off my camera because no one wants to see that.
No free mukbang. Outrageous. See you in a bit.
See you in 45 minutes. Hello.
Hello.
Hey. Sorry, I got distracted because my brother lives in Gibraltar, right? And they've got a beautiful bay, basically just off the coast of Gibraltar, where a lot of oil tankers will go to refuel or to stock up on supplies and generally do stuff around Gibraltar. Because it's technically British occupied, so they can, if they're British ships, for example, they can do all sorts of stuff. But anyway, one boat has clipped into another boat, and now one of the big boats is halfway under the water.
Oh.
So he's just sent me about 8 different videos and photos because it's happened in the last 24 hours. I'm gonna drop my brightness so that hopefully you can see. That is what's left of the boat on the surface.
Oh wow.
I'll show you the photo he sent me first. That was the ship as of this afternoon.
Whoops.
Yeah.
But imagine, this is because 2 ships crashed into each other.
Yeah.
Who didn't see that one coming? Who didn't see this ship and go, oh, I should probably get out of the way of that?
Yeah.
Foolish people.
Insane. But apparently the pilots are still on board.
Oh. Well, I mean, captains always go down with their ship, don't they?
Yeah, back in the day, I don't think they're still expected to do that, are they?
I don't know. I haven't been on any shipwrecks recently, so I couldn't tell you.
Fair enough.
Other than looking at wrecked ships, how did we all do?
I managed 25 pages of These Hollow Vows whilst I was cooking dinner because I was listening to it as an audiobook, which means I'm now even further ahead of Amena in our body read.
Very good. Hannah?
I managed 43 pages of The Past and Other Things That Should Stay Buried.
Nice.
Is that a smoothie? Is that a skull in a smoothie?
Yeah.
I love that.
This is what I'm going to use for a prompt for second breakfast. So something edible on the cover. Thought it's close enough.
It's a smoothie. I'm allowing it.
Exactly. But yeah, he works in a mortuary and his best friend had died and has just woken up. It's kind of got a Pushing Daisies vibe. So
nice.
Yeah, it's promising so far, but I have read 43 pages total. It's not just I've read 43 pages this sprint, I've just started it, so it's a bit early yet, but yeah.
How'd you get on, Lizzie? Did you finish it? Yeah, I thought I'd wait until you stuffed chips in your face.
Yes, I finished. And I gave it 5 stars. I loved it.
That's not bad. Starting and finishing a book in 4.5 hours.
Yeah, it's alright, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it'll be less than that because we also chatted, but
Wow, we've only been live for 4 hours and 16 minutes, so
that's what I mean. And some of that was chatting, so
that's impressive.
That's cool. The Chronicles of Sigandria. And 14 pages by Veronica. That is great. I'm not going to sit around chatting because I have an entire plate of food here that Hannah cooked. That I'd like to eat. Not read. I'd like to eat my food, and I don't really have space on my setup, so my camera was off because I was balancing as I was trying to cut the ham between my stomach.
Tell everyone about what you've been eating. You're not going to make any conversation at all. You're not even going to leave it open for Hannah and I to have conversation. You're just going to end. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not the best at conversation. You would be carrying that.
Right. Yeah, but that's fine. That's fine, Hannah. Hannah says that, but I literally went to her house and hung out, and it was a really nice time. It was a really nice time hanging out. And then Hannah clearly got too self-conscious about the fact that I was doing a lot of the talking and put new TV series on. that she wanted me to see. That was great.
Sorry. Well, it was while we were eating, so I thought you'd want a break.
No, I can eat whilst I'm talking.
Fair
That's
enough.
fine. No, it's a good TV series. It was a spin-off from What We Do in the Shadows, wasn't it?
Wellington Paranormal.
That was it.
Very good.
It was very funny. It was very
I
funny.
wish there were more. There's like 4 seasons and that's it. Like they said, that's all they're making. But I do love it.
Devastating. Well, maybe they'll do more spin-offs because the main show's still going, isn't it?
Yeah. So the show's a spin-off from the film still. And they were meant to be doing another spin-off film that was called Swearwolves. But nothing's kind of come from that. But I just love the whole thing. Like that film is my favorite film. Like
because it's the best. Because it's the best. Have you ever seen Taika Waititi talk about it? About the fact that him and Jermaine just spent ages just improving random lines, and then they left it for 3 years whilst they were working on different projects and kind of like stumbled back into it. And they were like, half this shit is still funny. Let's just do it. And then just spent like 3 weeks. Their script writing process was just the two of them sat pretending they were mundane vampires talking about chores and just improving the whole thing.
It's great.
Which makes sense because it's very funny.
Yeah.
Okay, Lizzie, you can end it now if you'd like.
Thank you. I saw that coming and I was like, okay, one, you're talking about something I've never seen, and two,
you need to watch it.
There are many things you need to be watching.
You chose to watch Game of Thrones, didn't you? The new series, so
yeah, I did choose to watch that because I'm alone.
I can hear you getting irate like a split second before I hear you getting irate here. Just,
I am getting hangry.
Oh,
okay. Well, my parting comment will be: they're only 20 minutes, so watch them.
Excellent parting comment, Hannah. Well done.
Well, thank you everyone for joining us. There'll be some sprints nice and early tomorrow, and again tomorrow evening. So tomorrow morning sprints is on Hannah's channel. I hate that it's not the same way on Hannah's channel, and then the evening sprints will be over on Abby's channel. So hope to see some of you lovely people there. So
We're early. See you there.